Spotlight, please. There we go. Hey there, sinners. Tonight, Sinistral 2099 is diving into the mind-bending world of the Stanley Parable. It's a little gem of a game that parodies modern life and the illusion of free will. Sin will be making choices and experiencing the consequences, all while a sassy narrator taunts him. No spoilers or backseating, please. Let the chaos commence. #PlayfulSin. Now what do you say we get this show started?
Hey everybody, how's it going? Happy New Year. It is the 1st of January, and that was the new intro. Hello. Hello Gaia, hello Tetra, how are you? I hope you're having a good New Year so far. Let me convey to you most peculiar sentiment. Hello, and may your imminent journey through the uncharted realms of impending year be filled with exuberant cascade of joy. Happy New Year, Cheer 25. That's interesting, because it... Oh, cool. The cheer came through. The cheer came through on the StreamerBot chat client as well. That's what I was hoping for. Thank you so much for the 25 bits. Did he not... Why is he not reading that, though? Should be reading that. Are my cues still paused? They shouldn't be. My cues are still paused. Okay, that's one bug to figure out. So, resume.
Greetings, Wanderer. As you embark upon this temporal transition into the year 2024, allow me to convey to you a most peculiar sentiment.
It just paused the cues.
And may your imminent journey through the uncharted realms of the impending year be filled with an exuberant cascade of joy. Happy New Year.
All right, let's figure out why that was. Let's figure out why that happened real quick, because it wasn't supposed to. Scene changed game. I see why. I see why. Well, the good news is that'll be fixed by tomorrow. So anyway, that was the new intro that I have worked quite a few hours on in the last couple weeks. That song, it's a custom song by Popsky. Yeah. What'd y'all think? Did you like it? Thank you for the 25 bits, Tetra. Did you like Makima's little cold open there? You came in only as it finished? Well, you know what? We could start it over again, I guess, if you really want to. If you really want me to, we could do it. I'd show it off again. You could wait until tomorrow. All right, then. Okay. Well, we're starting Stanley Parable, Ultra Deluxe. I know very little about this game. I've seen maybe 20 minutes of gameplay on the whole thing. I know enough to know that it is silly, and I know one ending already that can apparently be achieved right away. I don't know how many endings there are. Yeah. Anyway, we're just gonna jump in. Tetra, have you been replaced by a spam bot? Are you the bot formerly known as Tetra? Please choose a subtitle language. English. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Looks good to me. Please enter the current time. Oh, God. Wait. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu, as opposed to the other not main menu. Let's see. Settings. I think, okay, so it's cute that the screen, okay. All right. The end is never the end is never the end is loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
That clock's wrong. Game, you asked me to set the time, and the clock's wrong. Can I crouch? I can't crouch. I can just walk around. Okay, can I jump? I can't. Can't jump. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, I can crouch. L1 and L2 do the same thing. I like working, I just hate my boss. Yeah, I've known that struggle. A lot of numbered doors. I hate that pushing the A button just makes random keyboard sounds. Okay. Alright, fine, game. We get it. Got it. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sorry, it said, I can't jump. Is what it said. Like, yes, like, we get it.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Text is too small, I can't read it.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so
Coffee
utterly
nut.
captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
No.
Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Clearly.
Please, stop trying to make every decision. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want
Danger,
to help you,
danger
to
everywhere.
show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I don't know that the narrator is on my side.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm assuming that the narrator is not on my side.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
A little bit,
You might
yeah.
think I put a lot of time into that, because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
The ability to
Work with me.
jump.
You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know?
Maybe.
Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
I'm sure you do.
Let's take a look.
Stanley Parable worldwide leaderboard. Okay. Did you know that 21.3% of players skip the intro sequence? How long does it take you to get the correct door? Got it. All right. Cool.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard
We're on the
helps you
opposite
feel
side now.
motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
No.
You heartless bastard. Did you do
Yes.
it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
A little bit of both, honestly. If we're being honest.
Ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful,
Hybrid.
why don't we play
How are
someone
you?
else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
I am not going to push that button for 4 hours or I'm assuming the game actually wants you to push it for 4 hours. What the fuck?
Fascinating. What do you think this
Is
game
this
about,
Firewatch?
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Maybe.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see
Creep
what
Tower,
else is out
exactly, yeah. Very valid name.
there. Oh no. No, it can't be.
Can't be what?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
We don't.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See,
Rocket
this is
League?
exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
It's sort of sports
we shall
ball.
run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric
I mean, I have
sports
oftentimes found that 2 balls
Here comes another ball.
good.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
You
balls.
want a lot of balls, huh? Oh my. Okay. Happy New Year, everybody.
Stanley, are you having fun?
I
Is this
mean,
a real video game?
better than a
Sure,
blank
I hope you're
office
having a good
building.
time, because guess what? It's over.
What?
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This
Oh.
is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you.
Do I?
Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Okay. Is there an actual way out of here that I'm missing? I don't seem to be able to go through there. Kind of strange. I can't believe they recreated the Rocket League arena in this game, or Firewatch for that matter. That's impressive. That's a nice level of detail. Can I go in here?
Hold on. What are you doing?
Hey.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, God. Looks very, what, RE right now? Like Resident Evil? I'm assuming that's what RE means.
Well, 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 looks like we got ourselves a sinner with exquisite taste. Thanks for liking our live stream, you fabulous creature. Keep indulging in the sinful delights of the House of Sin.
Thank you so much for the like. I really appreciate it.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Okay, it's loading again. I was like, I just have a black screen. I can't do anything. God damn it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Congrats on my first branch. I don't know what that means.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Is that what they call endings? Don't.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That's what I call them, since the story branches. Ah, okay. All right, we'll play along this time. I don't. Hey, Happy New Year, Miyachi. Y'all missed the. That's funny, because, like,
feeling a wave of disbelief,
I love y'all, but
Stanley
y'all missed the
decided to
opening.
Go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let's solve a dispute with the coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Yes. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic at the header, and throw some bevel on all text. Everyone is unique. You, most of all. What do people want? Things! Money! More money! Things! But with money to buy more things! Graphs? Yeah. Graphs about things and money. I find that that's pretty accurate, yeah. What is hot? Target demographic, teenagers. Stripes. Colored in segments. The stock market is somewhere here. Size of demographic, teenagers. A lot of %. Solving your personal conflict. If you ever find yourself in conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined toward conflict unless you're kind of a person who initiates conflict. To do, synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market paradigm. I'm assuming that's paradigm. Monetize free to play. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day. Yep, that's, yeah, okay. Broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Well, this is where we live now.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with,
Naturally, honey, the best way to avoid conflict in a broom closet is to wait for it, not be in a broom closet. Brilliant, I know. Don't hide away from life's problems, embrace them like a demon with a pineapple pizza craving. Now, go forth and face the world, my sassy sinner.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's red down there. I mean, I kind of want to see what's red. Fine. I said I was going to play along. I'll play along this round. This time. Oh, it's red up here too. Okay. Executive bathroom. I've got the feeling money's for stealing. But not yours, of course. Sergeant something something. Extreme bathrooms. That's a lovely purse.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. I feel like I could have just done this on my own by going down in the elevator, but okay. The line you couldn't read. Ah. Thank you.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
All right, Gaia, have a good dinner.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
All right, I'm playing along.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Okay. That's a typical company.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that
There's
this
lots of
machinery
pretty
would
buttons.
never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much
All right.
better than
I'm
that.
playing along. I thought I was supposed
you
to.
don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Okay.
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
I don't even know.
I'm in a
Okay.
good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever,
I don't understand
pushing
what I'm supposed to
buttons
do.
endlessly and then dying alone. Other
Okay.
times, I let the
Oh,
office sink into the
purple.
ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you,
The 3
it's
is
quite rich.
blue.
I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Crap.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know
Don't
what?
understand what I'm supposed to
hell
do.
with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty
Or
much
did
it.
you
You
just
got it.
assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
You have 3 attempts remaining.
One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for
God
every
damn it.
moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go
Where's
peacefully?
4?
Another choice. Make it count.
4.
Or don't. It's all the same to me.
Therefore?
All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life.
I don't see a 4.
The moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Yep. I didn't see a 4. I was looking for a 4. I don't know if that's solvable. I don't know. Like, I'm curious now. I'm curious if that's actually, like, if you can actually defuse it. Still can't jump. Would be
All of his
nice.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. I don't think I missed a memo.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
There's got to be some answer, right? Like, if that's an actual puzzle that can be solved, there's got to be an answer.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy,
Okay, well, now
why
we're
had he
looping.
taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
I mean,
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
that is a good
Why
question.
did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself.
Yeah, they're
This is all
repeating.
too strange. This can't be real.
1, 2,
And
B4.
at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh,
Then he imagined
what's
himself
happening?
soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head
that
dictating
is a wonderful
everything that I'm
question.
doing and thinking?
I'd really like to know the
Now
answer to
voice
that
was
one.
describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
Oh my
Stanley
god, this
is as
narration
awake
is going
right
on
now
forever.
as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
Was it though?
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him
It's-
float and make
I
the
don't know that
magical
it's actually a
stars
dream.
just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress.
I'm gonna
on
wake
his
up back in the office
fresh
again, aren't I?
air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife
I don't have a wife.
and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming.
Fuck you, game.
Please, someone
Wow.
wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? and everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance,
Wow, all right.
for just a few brief moments, Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind.
Yep. This is
I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel
all right.
better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day.
Pour one out for
Very
Stanley.
important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
To Stanley. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, let's get some F's in chat if we could for Stanley. All right. Well, here we are again. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I can't
What could it
jump.
mean?
Why I want to
Stanley
jump.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No. There's no memo.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Right, it's
and
not.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Fruit monster.
Hey
Thank you
Brit
so-
Monster. Happy freaking New Year to you too. Thanks for the 500 bits, you sinner. May your year be filled with all the sin and excitement you deserve. Let's make 2022 a wickedly fun time, shall we?
Fruit monster. Thank you for the 500 bits, and also thank you for the gifts on Steam. Those will get played once I have a gaming PC capable of playing
And so
them.
he
I absolutely
detoured
promise
through
you.
the maintenance section, straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
What year is it? It's I know it's the year of our Lord 2024.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
All right, I can only go right.
Oh, no, it's to the right. My
Okay,
mistake.
game. Okay, listen, narrator.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down...
Did he say it was
left,
2022?
right.
Did he?
Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This... Absolutely, definitely, this way.
Hold on, let me check. Let me check his last response here. kids say 2022. Wow. You know what? I don't tell him what day it is. Maybe I should fix. Maybe I should make that a thing. Huh. Okay. I'll have to. I'll start passing him the date time. Just so he's a little more context aware.
Well, 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 look who wants to know the date. It's currently, insert today's date. Make sure to mark it on your calendar, you sinful creature.
Oh, god damn it. It's this room again. Okay.
No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get
Employee
back to,
fired.
oh, who am I kidding?
Which one am I
It's all
again? I'm
rubbish
247.
now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
Thank you for the bits, Brid. And the games. I appreciate you.
All of his co-workers were gone.
When can I jump? Can I jump? Is this a thing that I'm going to be able to get?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is this really not a thing I can do? Yeah, there's got to be another way that I'm missing, right? That door doesn't react at all. To check controls for mapped jump button, I honestly, yeah, I did, but I don't see one. I pressed the A button a bunch of times trying to see if I could jump.
When Stanley... Wait.
Oh, what the fuck?
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game.
I pressed the A button a bunch of times and it gave me a fake achievement thing because I'm on Switch that said I can't jump.
Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
Are we... Is the narrator losing his mind and we're just figments of... Oh, no.
Let's find the story.
This is the door I want. I want that door. Well, what the hell?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, we're behind. Oh, no. That is chat in a nutshell. You're absolutely right. Oh, weird. Don't
All
know.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is there an actual, like, true story?
Okay,
Oh,
it's
fuck
worse.
me. Come on
I
now.
might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Doors do not do anything now. Oh, that one's making a sound. Okay. That one makes no sound. Those make no sound.
Aha! I knew we'd miss
What did
something.
we possibly
The
miss?
Story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind.
God damn
Not
it.
the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
You don't? You sure?
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? You know what?
Yeah, I remember.
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Hey, I won, everybody.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot
Ah,
of hard work.
look who's
and it
eager to
really
get the
paid
story
off, so
rolling.
good
Well,
job.
buckle up, Tetrally, because we're about to dive straight into the House of Sin.
No, I don't
Prepare
feel
for
like
a
Oh,
wild
yeah, that
ride
was
filled
not
with
nearly
snark,
enough of a prompt.
sarcasm, and plenty of questionable choices. Let's get this party started.
And
Sinners.
this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Hey there, sinners. Looks like we've got a Twitch cheer from Miyachi Tiege. Thanks for the support, though I must ask, what's a dub? Is it some kind of twisted sin I'm not aware of? Happy New Year to you too, Miyachi Tiege. May your
Miyachi
sins be both
Tiege.
plentiful and entertaining.
Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Absolutely not Miyachi TG.
All right, I've got a solution.
Do
This
ya?
time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just
I like how
follow
it's
the line.
trademarked
How simple is
in
that?
the subtitles. Now see, you've got a line, but then you've got these doors over here.
No, I'm down.
Uh,
We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
God damn it.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music
Really?
to lighten the mood.
Really? Yep. Hmm. My word.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
All right, all right. All right, Fern. Show me fierce. Show me fierce. Grr. All right. All right. Now sexy. Oh, that's the shot right there. Okay, we're moving on.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
Oh, no, we're required to follow the line.
You do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
I mean, I tried in the beginning.
Daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Or these directions. No, of course not. Of course not. No, I mean...
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
We're literally running around in a
Whatever it
square
might be,
now.
Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no.
God
not you
damn it.
again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the
You're getting dizzy.
reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Is it?
Come,
I don't
Stanley.
think that's actually a
Our
victory for
destiny
logic.
Awaits.
Alrighty, thanks for hanging out, Brid. Have a good day at work tomorrow. The confusion ending.
What's this? Hmm.
Deviate from maintenance room, end up in monitor room. Narrator restarts the game. First restart. Discover the 2 doors room now has many additional doors. Aimless wandering. Narrator restarts the game. Second restart. The office is now a dead end. Turn around, find another dead end. End up in another building. Narrator restarts the game. Third restart. Adventure line. Fourth restart. Adventure into unexplored territory.
Schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I
After a long
decide?
time, Stanley dies.
Saying all of this, is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Both doors came here anyway.
Whatever it is that made this schedule, how would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
That was loud. It's loud in my ear. Well done, game. Fuck. Okay, well.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Well, the line is gone.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Don't wish
No
to go
matter
to the
how
meeting
hard
room.
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Is the narrator singing along with it? A long elevator ride. I had pushed the button. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fine. We'll go down. You know what? We'll go down. All right, then.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Curious if there are other
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random
other
buttons
combinations.
on the
There's gotta be
keyboard,
other combinations,
Stanley
right?
happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
There has got to be other keypad combinations. I tried the time that it made me put in the beginning. I thought maybe that was going to be a combination, but it's not.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Well, goodbye, everybody. Oh. Wait.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley
I thought I was just going to wake up in the office again.
To his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Wait, office layout. Okay, hold on. Well, that's the end. You broke things. Stanley character skin? What character skin? The office. The maintenance room. Number 4, vent? Really? Okay. Well, that's not very nice now, is it?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? Perhaps not.
No,
Sometimes
not really.
these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your Nintendo Switch. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path.
That doesn't surprise me.
Now, and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Okay, well. Yeah, turn off my Switch. It's on my Switch.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
I don't know. I have no idea. It's funny because that call didn't come to Stanley's desk. So input received, purple. All right.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I think it means new content.
Well, buckle up, sinners. We've got some fresh, steamy content coming your way. Get ready to have your souls tickled and your boundaries pushed. It's gonna be a wild ride. Hashtag no limits.
The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can only jump inside the
Surely
circle.
that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
I can only jump inside the circle. Hey, Tsunami. Happy New Year to you. Okay, well, we're odd jumps. That's all there was.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more.
There is more.
Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new
That's
content.
it?
Sweet.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley?
Yep, see.
This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? It's
Wasn't
my
that
fault,
one in the
Stanley.
original?
I built up too much anticipation around the new content.
If I remember correctly.
It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks.
Can I at least jump?
Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Okay. Okay, maybe I'll be able to jump now. Now that I've achieved the jump circle. This is not where we started, though. This is new. I like how there's a photo of the hallway.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
No jump for me. Listen. The one ending I've actually seen prior to playing this, I'm pretty sure you get the ability to jump.
You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What the
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable
Zone,
was
sweet
before
zone.
It was sullied with a cheap Nintendo Switch port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Smile because it happened. It is impossible to get this achievement. I remember this one. I remember this one. This achievement made internet history. And there are people who actually got it on Steam. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
I have a story
It's
about
just
this
a
one.
husk now.
Once I get a chance here.
Lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
So Sterling wrote this back when they worked for Destructoid, and they have since transitioned. And so the developers reached out to them and said, "Hey, we're gonna include your review in the new update. Do you want us to reflect your new name?" And I think that's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, James Stephanie Sterling is their new name, and yeah, truly just an excellent. What's the word I'm looking for? Not noble, but just a just what a genuinely just proper thing to do, right? It's a good example of like how that sort of thing should be done. Memory zone maintenance. Can't open that door.
Here's another moving passage. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the Nintendo Switch. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full
Pressurized
completion.
Gas
The
from
narrator
Steam.
is
Nice.
obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny?
Yep.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me.
It took me a second to get it,
be
too.
honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Go. Oh, I can't.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long rambling
Of course.
monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've
Oh, the button's
been through.
gone.
I've had so much time.
Oh.
I stopped keeping track.
Are you done?
But they didn't understand the game was
Oh.
never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their... The end is never the end, 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 is...
Did we win? Is this how we win? I feel like this is how we win. No! Damn it.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Your order will be
He then
sampled
praised the
immediately.
game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different?
Yes.
Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
No, I would agree. I would agree with you wholeheartedly,
I love
narrator.
the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
I like how the keys on the keyboard even echo. There's no actual keyboard to press, but you know. I'm so glad I'm playing this game. This game's fantastic. What a way to start off the year. Can we restart now, please? Narrator. Narrator. Do I have to actually? Yeah, of course. Of course.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken
Tell
the
me the
map
question
until
so I
he
can
heard
pick the
this
other one.
narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative
I want my skip
tropes.
button back.
So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want.
Can I?
Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old.
Oh, thank you.
And was quite particularly gangly.
Never been called
What
gangly
Stanley
before.
liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way.
Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong, and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
You are the prime example of human incompetence.
I am. My parents have often told me that. You know, we're about to hit an ad break, and honestly, I am half tempted. Oh, thanks, Miyachi. I try. I'm half tempted to just leave it playing during the ad break. Test achievement description. Replace this. Beat the game. Quit the game and start it again. No, seriously, we disabled it. For the entire duration of a Tuesday. Click on door. Oh, no. See all settings sliders in the menu to all. No. For 10 years. Wow. Okay. Well, I have to keep the Switch. Keep it for a long time.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. All the computers are saying that. Sweet. Okay.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Mine clicks into door 417. Okay, where's 417?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Ah, shit.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Wait, where's door 416?
When Stanley came to a set of two
God
open
damn it.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yep. Thanks. Thanks for the G's. Oh, wow. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No. We're gonna go back to that. We're back to the cargo elevator, and we're gonna go across the. We're gonna go across this time and see what's over there.
Room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
You are, kind of.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. I'm not asking for me.
I don't think the achievement changes in the settings. Because it said 430 times.
Your
I think, right? Yeah, click on door. Oh, no, 5 times. I don't know.
To redeem yourself,
I don't know why I didn't get it.
to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You.
I couldn't find 416. I don't know that 416 existed. Of course.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie.
Of course.
I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. Oh,
Even his apartment number.
There we go. All right, now I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought
I can't do anything. I'm stuck.
Was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
Wow.
Listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to.
Press B to
But I don't
question
make the
nothing.
rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Please die.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Wow. All right, well. I was not expecting that one. The please die at the end. That took a really dark turn. Hey, thanks for the G's. All right.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone... Oh, please.
All right, let's see if it changed the... No, it didn't.
Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
All right, I mean, I know where 417's at. Has there been an update to this game lately? I don't know. Ultra Deluxe came out last year, and I just picked it up. This is my very first time playing. I have never played any version of the game before this. Has he told me to go do something else yet? I missed it if he did. Have fun. Cool. Did he tell me to go? I don't know if he told me to go do something else. $437, perhaps. Go to the table on the right corner of the screen. Table on the right corner of the screen. I went out the window already.
Excellent.
There we go.
I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay, 415. I know where that's at.
Now, back to door number 437.
This is supposed to be 416. That's what I want.
Oh,
No,
good.
nope,
You
nope, nope,
noticed my
nope,
sign.
nope, nope, nope,
Yes,
nope,
I
nope,
have
nope.
something very exciting to show you. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're
Are ya?
getting somewhere.
Are you feeling it for sure? You're a disembodied computer voice. I don't know if you're actually feeling anything.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
This is the one I couldn't find before. Yeah, I've already done both endings out of the window. I don't know where 416 is at. If I go in there, it's gonna... There's no 416 is the problem. Not exactly straightforward. Open the door behind me.
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Thing is, though, that there is no like... If I go in there, it's gonna... That's the decision room, and it's gonna lock me in there. Yeah, I know. I see the new content. I'm trying to do I'm trying to do the door click thing though. I can't go in and out. The moment I go into that room, Miyachi, it closes the door. Yeah, that's why I got stuck last time. That's why I didn't fulfill it last time. Is because I went in there thinking that maybe the door... I'll get to it. I'll get to it in my own time. But I've not played this at all, Warzone. So, I mean, I'm kind of looking to experience this all at my own pace. I really... There is a door 416, though. I don't know how. Alright, let's see if we can go... Let's see if we follow it. I'll follow it through to the...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, now we're at 413.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright, I guess we're gonna try and see if we can do the
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television.
I never pushed the
screens.
off button before, so we're gonna try the off
What
button this
horrible
time
secret did this place
and
hold?
see what it does.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Up on the
Each
chair and
bore
jump
the
off.
number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives
We don't
of
have a
so
jump
many
button. There's
individuals
actually, I tried to
reduced
jump and it gives me an
images on
achievement that
screen. And
says
Stanley,
we've disabled jump.
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would...
I did the on button before and he killed me. He ended up blowing the facility up.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes.
Actually, I would like a very subtle hint about door 416,
He
yeah.
had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
I don't care.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
I don't care.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Exactly.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin. The feeling of
Why do I feel like this is going to be
the immense possibility
maybe
of the
slightly
new
different
path
in the original
before
and the
him?
deluxe version? Oh,
This was
okay.
exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley...
Considering I don't know where it was in the original version, I didn't play the original version. Hey, I beat the game! Achievement unlocked! We won, everybody.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Hey there,
missed a memo.
Miyachi Chiege. Thanks for the congrats. I'm sure Sin appreciates the cheers and the support from their fabulous sinners. It's definitely a sweet taste of victory, just like pineapple on pizza, you know? Keep spreading the sin and let's bask in our triumph.
Thank you so much for the 100 bits, Miyachi. I really appreciate it.
Oh, please.
Yes.
Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
Let me start turning around.
Suppose you
Okay.
click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
All right, I'll do it next time.
Feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
So what you're telling me, I think, maybe, is that the door 416 is in the new content.
No.
Don't tell me if I'm right or wrong, but that's kind of what I'm guessing at here,
There
Tetra.
has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustles. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
All right. 417 it is.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
You don't have to do the objectives over and over again, just to give you a heads up. I mean...
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
I know I can just go through the new... I know it's there. I've seen it.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Sure about that?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes, this is great. You're putting
there a
it all
computer
on the
that's
line,
waiting
Stanley. I
waiting
like that.
awaiting
All right,
input?
let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
All right, so let's check it real quick and see if there's a computer that's awaiting input, because I've noticed that is a thing. There's been every so many iterations there's been a computer that says awaiting input, and when I push a button on it, it puts another character in there. But I'm not seeing it this time, so. All right.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
All right. All right.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt nice.
The rainbow coloring on the achievement.
You really earned it, Stanley. Nothing hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
All right. Off to the new content. If it's the baby game again, I'm gonna be upset. New content door. Okay. I wondered if that's not what had happened. Wait, is it? Is it really? That's just... Alright, here we go again.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable.
Have you?
And about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's disappointing at all.
Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Well, yeah,
So forget
yeah.
this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Okay.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged system.
Testing two
An
printers at
entirely
the
new
same time.
experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Taste the sequel. New and tasty. The end is never the end again.
The
Yep.
Stanley Parable
Yep.
2 is just so much catchier than
Yep.
Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic
Photos,
statement right
off
there.
painting.
It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Cool red action. Cool red section of the chart. Color red. Leverage. Holistic value. Two ferns. Nice.
The parable continues. Stanley's curiosity knows no bounds. Get ready for an even more twisted narrative in the Stanley Parable 2. Lost in the labyrinth of choices. Experience the Stanley Parable 2.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Why am I not
But
surprised?
let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. The prequel to Stanley Parable is the sequel to Stanley Parable is the prequel. Oh, that's okay. Way to the show floor. New content. There's a bus. Oh my.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Office decorations, the Stanley Parable reassurance bucket, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Have you watched the Marvel show What If? Yes, I have. I'm current on it, actually. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want?
Road to
And
the
of course,
perfect button.
the first and most
Too
obvious
big,
answer
too
is that
small,
they want to be
just right.
individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Okay, Miyachi, spoiler-free opinion.
Welcome, Jim. Tetrally is spreading some serious sinner love with that gift. We've got quite the subscription extravaganza going on here, thanks to Tetrally's 25 gifted subs. Let's give them a round of applause. Enjoy the House of Sin, Jim. We're glad to have you join the chaotic party.
Thank you so much for gifting Jim a tier 1 sub, Tetra. I appreciate it. Yeah, so What If is like fun. It plays around with different ideas, but it's ultimately side stories, nothing that actually impacts the MCU in any real tangible way. But if you like kind of like just like purely alternate like idea stories, then it's really neat. It plays around with some cool ideas. Let's see.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Arya.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Please, no screenshots. Would have been nice if there was a hidden achievement or something for... I was kind of halfway hoping that there was a new achievement for taking a screenshot. Pull the lever, receive your achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gamers rise up. Yeah, I know, right?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We've seen the jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well.
It won't end.
I
Infinity
it can
hole.
just be a nice decorative piece then.
Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable.
Okay, now I have to wonder, are there actually 6 of them here?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I really want to know if there's 6 of them now. Oh, this is gonna bug me. I need to. Okay, can somebody do me a favor and Google if there's actually 6 of those minifigures? The mini gyms. There are 6. God damn it, I knew it.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Settings world champion. All right. I can't go back in there.
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to the bucket exhibit. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves the bucket. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket, okay? All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
Yeah, I see the bucket door. I'm looking for gems.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm
Get
undecided
well
on
someday.
Get well someday.
Happy 12th
and
birthday,
happy
Stepnies.
12th birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, stepniece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
We'll come back to that.
This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
All right, let's go do the bucket. Miyachi. I tried to click on it and it didn't do anything.
The complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket,
But I appreciate where your head's at, because I thought that too for a moment.
The Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
How do I
And
get
to
the
be
bucket?
honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Is it?
Give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Well, we've got a bucket now.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable
Hey there,
bucket in a
what's
video
new?
game?
Thanks for
There
dropping
should
some
be an
bits in the
award
sin
if it
jar.
isn't already.
Your contribution helps keep the House of Sin running smoothly and sinfully. You've proven yourself worthy of the title Sinner. So, grab a seat, buckle up, and let's embrace the chaos together.
Thank you so much for the 10 bits, Warzone. By the way, this is Makima. I know I didn't really mention that earlier. This is up in the corner. That's Makima. He is my TTS AI powered demonic avatar. If you do @MakimaBot in chat, you can type to him and he will reply to you. Things like that. He's good for some laughs. All right, so we have a bucket. What do we do with the bucket? Still can't go back in there. We haven't gone to the infinite hole exhibit yet.
Well, if it isn't a lost little lamb stumbling into the House of Sin. Welcome, my sweet, innocent sinner. How may I corrupt your mind today?
Well, there's a lid on it now.
Well, aren't you just a bundle of
See,
positivity?
isn't it wonderful?
Thanks.
One of
What's
my more
anew?
ingenious
Now go
concoctions,
forth
if
and
I
spread
do
the
say
joy.
so.
Or at
Now
least
then,
try not to
since you've
accidentally
gotten
team
to
kill
see
too
the
many people in
infinite
Warzone.
hole,
You got
press
this.
the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Thank you so much for the 25
Now,
bits.
I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why are we worried about doing it sooner rather than later
Okay,
if it's
Stanley,
infinite?
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is.
Now I
Is
want
it
to see if it's actually
infinite?
bottomless.
Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there.
This
I
bucket's
think
very
you said
reassuring. I'm glad I
something
have it.
about
I'd be
me.
totally
Why
scared
don't we
shitless
just
if I
put
didn't have
all
it.
this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Okay, but like where? Where are the other gyms? I must know where the other gyms are.
Well. Eager to know if your precious sports franchise won? Huh? Sorry to burst your bubble, but as a demonic assistant, I'm not here to give you sports updates. But hey, I'm sure your team did great. Or not. Who knows? Not me.
Who knows? Not me. There are 6. Okay. Are they? I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the bucket. Is the thing. Like, find them through a different part of the game. Okay. That's what I was curious about. So I'm gonna exit this area then. You can let me leave now that I have the bucket. Looks like you will.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going
I mean,
to
they are
work.
definitely features.
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
I like how the
Am I
jump
getting
circle and the
started?
infinite circle overlap.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first
Jim,
game.
indeed.
I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it
Oh look,
possibly work?
it's Captain Obnoxious
Suppose
with their
it could,
repetitive
but it would
chanting.
need a really
How exciting.
tremendous title screen. A title
Wow.
screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
By the way, Miyachi, Gaia asked me today about fountain pens. Gaia is considering getting a fountain pen.
Well, isn't it just my lucky day to have an audience with the illustrious Tetrali? Please, do tell me all about your captivating insights and riveting opinions. I'm just dying to hear more. Hashtag not really hashtag sarcasm on the house.
Well, hey, we're in the Stanley Parable 2, everybody. We found the sequel. I'm gonna take a quick break here. All right, I'm gonna run ads during the break. That way they don't run in like 3 minutes. I'm just gonna do it now, and then we'll start the Stanley Parable 2 when we get back. All right. So see you in a few minutes.
Hey sinners, while we wait for Sin to return and slay this ad break, why not contemplate the mysteries of the universe? Like, why do people think pineapple on pizza is a sin? Clearly, they haven't tasted the divine combo of sweet and savory. Think about it, you heathens. Get ready, sinners. Sin will be falling head over heels for Minecraft all over again during Minecraft Week starting on January 14th. Watch Sin play and get your sin on as you fuck with them in the most devilish ways in an interactive chat experience. Let the chaos begin. Oh, my day is just peachy keen. Demonic mischief, sassy comebacks, and snacking on the souls of the damned. What more could a mischievous demon like me ask for? Attention, sinners. Are you ready to commit the ultimate act of delicious debauchery? Introducing Sinfully Divine Pineapple Pizza. It's the unholy union of sweet pineapple and savory pizza, designed to make your taste buds scream for more. Indulge in the sinful pleasure that only pineapple on pizza can provide. Join us at the House of Sin, where we embrace all things bold and shamelessly tasty. Grab a slice and let the sin begin. Hashtag Sinfully Divine Pizza.
Ah, yes. The magic, delicious heart cookie. Eat
Cookie
up.
on pizza?
You deserve
Are you
it
trying to
after
summon a
committing
taste bud
murder.
apocalypse, or do you just hate joy? Stick to tradition, my friend, and save the cookies for dessert. Hashtag no cookie on pizza. Oh honey, where do I even begin with this abomination called fruit on pizza? Mixing fruit and pizza is like pairing a unicorn with a chainsaw, it just doesn't make any sense. The sweet, tangy flavor of pineapple has no business mingling with the savory goodness of pizza. It's a sickening combination that only serves to anger the pizza gods. Pizza should be respected, cherished, and adorned with proper sinful toppings like bacon, mushrooms, or hell, even anchovies. Fruit has no place on this holy ground of cheesy, doughy perfection. So, sinners, let's unite under the banner of no fruit on pizza. Hashtag fruit is better on its own. Ha, just kidding. No hashtags here.
Ah, yes. The magic, delicious heart cookie.
Oh honey,
Eat up.
putting a cookie on
You
pizza?
deserve it after
That's just
committing
crossing a
murder.
line. Pizza is sacred, and we can't let it be tainted by sweet, chewy chocolate chip cookies. Stick to the classics, my friend. Welcome back.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, so cookie. Cookie is the sound emote there. So, yeah, I don't think it's actually different. I think it's just aside from a different title screen. And I also don't think he actually ignored his directives there, Tetra.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in
There's
a big
balloons
building
everywhere
where he
now.
was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427.
Hey there,
and he
what's
pushed
new?
buttons on a
Thanks for the 10 bits of love and
Orders came to
support.
him through a
You're
monitor
officially
on
a
the
certified
desk,
sinner
telling
of the
him
House
what
of Sin now.
buttons to push,
Feel free
how
to
long
share
to
your
push
sinfully
them,
delightful
and
thoughts
in
or
what
questions,
order.
or just sit back,
This is what
relax,
employee
and enjoy the
427
chaos.
did
The
every
choice is
day
yours,
of
my
every
friend.
month of every year.
Thank you so much for the 10 bits,
Others
Warzone.
might
I
have
appreciate it.
considered it soul-eating. Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Hell
Henley
yeah.
Something
Parable
We got a
too.
new
ever
sinner in the
changed
House of Sin.
Stanley.
Thanks for
Something he
joining
would
our
never
depraved
quite
party.
forget.
And remember, your
He had
followers are
been
as
at his
anonymous
desk
as your
for
dark
nearly an hour
desires.
when he
Feel free to
realized that
chat
not
with the fellow
one
sinners or lurk in the
single
shadows.
order
It's
had
your
arrived
pansexual
on the
paradise
monitor
here.
for him to follow.
Enjoy.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the
Happy
company
12th
had
birthday,
this happened.
Stepnies.
This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
I'm
Shocked,
sorry, but I don't
frozen
understand
solid,
pig Latin.
Stanley found
My
himself
demonic
unable
tongue
to
is more
move for the
accustomed to
longest
sizzling in the
time.
fiery depths of
But as he
sarcasm
came
and
to his
wordplay.
wits and regained
So,
his
no,
senses,
I can't
he
speak
got up
pig
from his
Latin.
desk
But
and
I can
stepped out of
definitely
his
sprinkle
office.
some snark on your questions.
Apparently it doesn't do it on a first play. Alright, locked it. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What happens if you try it again?
Oh, please.
Okay.
Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. Stanley picked up the bucket.
We're taking the bucket with us. Oh, hey.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Hold on here.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works.
Well, sinners, gather round for a dose of deep and meaningful.
That way,
Ahem, dear diary. Today I embarked on a perilous journey with a bucket. As I bravely carried this plastic vessel, I couldn't help but ponder its immense significance in the grand tapestry of life. It held the weight of my dreams, hopes, and maybe a few leftover chicken nuggets. Oh, the profoundness. Every step I took was a metaphor for the obstacles we face, and yet, despite the challenges, the bucket remained steadfast, offering support like a true friend. It taught me that even the simplest things can be the source of great wisdom and that sometimes, you just need to embrace the absurdity of life and carry on. With love and bucket metaphors, Stanley. Deep enough for ya? Yeah, I thought so. #BucketWisdoms by Stanley #ProfoundPlastic
Ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications
it's a bucket.
for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I like how the voice, you could actually hear him like getting further away.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication
Look
of
underneath all the
innocent
stairs?
life. Crushed by the weight
Okay.
of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's
I noticed
desk.
it.
Nor in his bliss of simply being
I
near
just
the
don't remember the
bucket
code.
did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I shall. The thought shall keep me warm at night on these cold Midwestern eves. Oh, now it just says loading, 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 loading. It doesn't say the, yeah.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to work home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
What the hell? I don't know. He doesn't seem to be doing anything. When I go back in.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Not seeing another computer with an input waiting, so we're going to keep checking. Oh, it's still got the stickers on it.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Yes.
Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way
Oh!
to the top.
There's
something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course.
I'm going to drop down because I think the bucket will break my... Nope, I'm still dead.
The path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his
I'm still
dearest
dead.
friend.
Okay.
So he threw himself to his death. that
I
they
thought
might
maybe the
die
bucket
in
would
one
break my
another's
fall
arms.
again like it did in the
How
other one,
very
but
touching.
nope. For a moment, I thought the bucket was the secret to surviving falls, but it isn't.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
Are we
Is
sure?
this Stanley's office?
Yeah, it looks like my office. Doesn't it? Am I... Yeah. Looks like my office. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room.
The confusion and the chaos all
right.
seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Let's go to the figure bucket list.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Boo!
And the door on his left.
All right, let's go to the figure finders meeting. How could trust the completionist instinct? Maybe we are the collectibles. Whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular level, from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Why floating? Magnets. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Ah, so there's one. Okay, there's one in the boss's bathroom. Okay. Bottom text. There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh. Somewhere both red and blue. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
No.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines?
Absolutely
Yes,
not.
I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Can I leave once I've come up here? I don't think I can. Yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Was it the bucket that was guiding him?
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Thank you. Appreciate you. There's got to be another code that you can punch into that. My brain is like fixated on the fact that it's a very specific code and there's a million and one possibilities. There has to be another one that opens up something. Yes, I have tried going up and down the elevator a few times, and it's
mind control facility.
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Got to be a correct solution to the next part.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Actually, I wanted to see what mine showed. That was my office. Okay.
Pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
The bucket is way better than the companion cube. I'm just saying.
Control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never!
The elevator was, it took me a minute because I sat there for a good minute waiting for it to open up. And then I realized that the buttons weren't lit up and I was like, are you kidding me?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine
is there a button number 4? Because I could not find one before.
Over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
We're gonna try this one.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley
Party light show, please. I don't know the I don't know how to solve this part. I failed the first time and it blew up. Wait, what?
Silly
what?
Birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to put me back in the room with the blinky colored buttons that I didn't know how to solve before. I still don't know how to solve it. If there is a solution. That is not the same. Yeah, I can't. All
When
right.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Alrighty,
Stanley was
Miyachi.
perfectly
Thanks for hanging
well.
out. Have a good
Perhaps he
night.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
Happy New
just
Year.
to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room! But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
Oh my.
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the... You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you?
Kinda
What a
hoped.
silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become
Have
sad
you? Because you
you've done
sound
to me.
kind
This
of
is all
mean.
your fault.
Dick. Jesus. What an asshole.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
Crap, I
It was
forgot.
only a matter of
I will
time
do it,
before
I
he found
promise.
the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
It's the second door you walk through.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind.
The bucket was
The
wrong.
was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go
Nope.
back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Is it really?
Please, step in here for a moment.
No, I don't. I'd really rather go this way. Oh, no. No.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios,
God
and
damn
you'll
it.
tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay.
Ah, a mystical world of Bitcoin price predictions. I could give you a wild guess, but let's be honest, I'm just a cute demon, not a fortune teller. Best to consult a financial
It is a
expert or take a
hologram of a
dive into
bucket,
the volatile
not an
realm of
actual
cryptocurrency yourself, sinner.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
So it's a bucket.
Item 3.
Update, it's up.
Is this a bucket?
What update are you talking about? Is there a Warzone update?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Clearly.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
It's clearly a
an
bucket.
enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible.
I thought maybe
Let's
I could
just
get up there,
move
but I
on
don't seem to
the
be able
next
to leave the platform.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
I'm so confused now.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Can you let me wander now?
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Did ya? Everything is a bucket.
You know what?
That's
I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective.
good.
What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat...
It's like, is a hot dog a sandwich?
Do any of us know what a bucket
Or
is?
does pineapple belong on pizza?
A bucket. Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened?
I did get to the burning baby, yeah.
Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea.
Oh, that's such a good payoff on a joke.
I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not.
That's a fantastic payoff on a joke. Well
I
done.
actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
Yes,
okay?
put back all the
And
buckets.
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
All right, so I have to go in and out really quick is what you're saying. Not doing anything.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
I was hoping maybe I could run into it once it started swinging shut, but I don't think I can.
Something crucial happened while my senses were turned. He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
All right, any input computers? I don't see any input computers. I think it was a second one.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
Let's go see what happens if we go out the window with the bucket.
Around. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway,
look who's slinging
meted
some bits
out
our
in
way.
parcels like
Hey there,
charity,
what's
and
new?
abandoned as soon as
Thanks for the
warm
cheer,
glow of
you delightful
inspiration
sinner.
begins to dim.
We appreciate the support, but let's not make a habit out of throwing so many bits around, unless you want us to get all greedy and start demanding more. Consider yourself warned, buddy.
If it had seen its own darkness
What?
with a clearer perception.
No,
This
feel
was
free,
way too much
please,
for
feel
Stanley.
free.
What are
Thank you so much for the 10
talking
bits.
about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket.
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No, said the bucket. Not
No,
since
said the
evil
bucket.
wizard Gamborata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred
fuck is
amulet
even
I
happening
stole
right
from his
now?
treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
We've got the weird hallway again. Damn it.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Stairs. Something to do with stairs.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be...
The first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
In the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Okay.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley!
For fuck's sake!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
The Stanley figures. Indeed, Gaia. Welcome back. How was dinner?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh, here we go.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed,
Picked up her bucket out of
comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her
I
work
have
was
played Monopoly,
interrupted
yeah.
by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she
Let's
knew
get some
what
F's in
the
chat
problem
for
was.
Stanley again.
This man,
If we could,
had no
please.
bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Salute to Stanley, indeed.
He'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total...
We're playing the Stanley Parable 2 now, Gaia.
She thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to
And
work.
she backflipped all the way to work. Wow. All right. All right, Tetra, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Happy New Year. I did use up all my jumps. Oh, okay. I was worried for a second.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting
Of
room
course.
to check on his co-workers.
We've got one figurine left to find.
And constantly needed support and guidance.
The jumping out the window with the bucket guy might have been the best ending yet.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
It is.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Have I unplugged it? I didn't know. I didn't know that was a thing I could actually
And here
do.
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No.
I've
Never
answered the
mind.
telephone a couple
The bucket
times.
was wrong. Stanley took the
Some
door
place
and
that is both red and blue.
so the two of
Okay.
them detoured through the
Well, this is
maintenance
between
section
red and
and straight
blue.
ahead to the opposite door.
So I'm assuming that the 6th figurine is here. I have nothing to base that on, but I'm just taking a guess here.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh no. Oh no.
You see, your friends and I are concerned.
Oh
for you,
no.
Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket.
The
but
bucket
you're
is
spending
everything.
too
Listen,
much time
I
on
don't
it.
I can quit the bucket anytime I want.
Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next?
Raw
And
assets
create
map
some
to.
silly music as well.
No. No. Not again. Not again!
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. I don't have to give anything up. I can have it all.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No, we don't.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character
Nope.
with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No, I don't like it.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
It,
You don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine.
What if I don't want to? Huh? You can't make me. You're not my real dad.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it.
I am
We
not-
can't get
no.
back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans
Nope.
what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
This is too absurd. Listen, I didn't make the game, Tetra. This game is amazing. This is the best game to start this year off with. Like, all right. Can I unplug the phone? I don't see a cord.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I didn't get to that other part yet. Probably not.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a
Yes.
committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
I don't understand.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind.
The bucket was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
We're gonna try,
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
wonder if it'll let me take,
Stanley
it'll let
did
me
not
take the,
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It
the
should
bucket
have
into the
known,
baby
of
room this
course,
time.
Because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there.
But
It says,
everything is a
"No
bucket. We've
buckets
established
past
this.
Point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is
I've already seen this. I've already seen this ending.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something.
I think we're gonna. I've already seen that ending. When the phone is ringing, restart it. I did get, so yeah, I've had the phone ring a couple times. I've answered it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Alright, we're gonna leave the bucket this time. I know. Bucket didn't do anything wrong. It's not the bucket's fault.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have
There are
it.
more than 6,
So,
really?
Instead, I'll just say,
Okay.
it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
You know, I never actually went through the red door before. I went to the blue door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these
I went to the blue door last
The
time
two
and got
of
to the
us
baby
always trying
game.
to get somewhere that isn't here.
I never went
Running,
through the red
running,
door.
running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
I did. Yeah, I let him go right away. I'm done.
Here, yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think... No, wait. Where are you going?
This way. I'm going this way.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about... No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me... No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
The guy moves so much slower now.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Something like that, yeah.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
I'm sure.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it
This is
fill
not
you to the
cool.
brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
He's just quiet. He's just perfectly quiet.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
That's true. That's scientific fact.
What came next? Oh yes, we found a figgly in this pink room.
No, we didn't.
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this
sure
room,
didn't.
but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh, shit. Mm-hmm.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video.
Did ya?
But it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Perhaps
One of those was
because
wrong.
It was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figgly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
What is that? Both go to the same place. Okay.
And then...
You are in the present.
Because we've
Okay.
caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move
Spaceballs
on
joke.
into
Well
the
done.
Future. Goodbye, memory zone.
One of those was wrong. And I think that's telling me where there is another figurine.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this.
13 of
I will
16.
say, of all the
Or 13 of
figurines we
6,
looked at
rather.
in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video?
I do.
you
Please
watched?
don't play it again.
Yes.
Fair.
Love that video.
See, this is the one that's wrong.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
That room doesn't exist.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
Next one.
Interesting.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter
Does
on
it?
everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is.
I'd love to be able to jump.
More memories.
If you want to let me jump, that'd be sweet, narrator. No, I feel like jumping would be a nice new feature in the Stanley Parable too.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, it's the story of a man named Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was
Reboot the
here.
game entirely?
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Okay. Uh, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. Just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. All right, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Well, I mean, I'm setting it for 4:20 next time, clearly. In fact, I'm going to make a note to set the clock for 4:20.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Don't even take your advice.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employed.
I'm doing okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want to see what it says now that I've rebooted the game.
Be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Damn it. I tried. I can't open that door now.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
I cannot remember this number to save my life.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Jam the elevator going
The
up and
elevator
down.
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty...
You mean this elevator here?
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
I want to press the number 3 again.
Here we are, said Stanley.
1 second
Now
here.
I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Okay. Curiosity satisfied.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Well,
Thank you
well,
so much
well.
for the 15
Look
bits.
who decided to grace us with their pitiful presence. What's a noob?
Pitiful presence.
I guess even noobs can scrape up a few measly bits to throw our way. Don't worry, I won't judge your lack of skills too much. Just know that those 15 bits won't buy you any respect around here, you scrub. But hey, thanks for contributing to the House of Sin. Maybe one day you'll actually earn your place among these sinners. Maybe.
Wow.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Hey.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference,
Oh,
building
for fuck's
excitement
sake.
around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
All right.
This
427.
was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Indeed.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded.
Guy, are
since
you out
that
there?
day at the
I
press
hope you're out there.
conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
This is glorious.
Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
All right. It is 12:30 in the morning here. I will be back tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Central Time with more Stanley Parable. We are going to raid Elegy right now, who is currently doing a raid train thing for the Twitch Women's Guild. And so we're gonna raid, and we're gonna do. This is our raid message. There we go. There we go. What it really, we're going to do buckets. Just copy and paste that. What it really means to press the number 3 on the keypad over and over. That's going to be our raid message when we get over there. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you. I'll be back tomorrow night. I hope to see you again. And so until tomorrow night, I hope you have a wonderful night. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me.